Okay, I'm starting a little early because I'm on a time crunch right now. Because of the fact that I decided to change my mind. Just got a few more things to do real quick before I start. And that is to share... Okay. Now, as per usual, didn't buy myself a webcam yet, so I can't, actually, I didn't even check to see if it's working correctly today. Oh! Okay, it's working correctly. Alright, I don't have to use the backup plan today. Alright, this is perfect. I can live with this one. Alright. I got a little stubble today. That's fine. Again, this was kind of a last minute thing for me. But I decided to continue on with streaming today because I do want to see what happens next, to be honest. Even if there's no one watching, like, I know someone's probably going to watch it in the future. I hope so. Especially on my channel, because I am recording these as I'm streaming them. So, here we go. We're going to go to the action right now. That's not it. Oh yeah, I gotta also fix that. Give me a minute. There we go. Alright. So I had a picture of one of my characters in case that one didn't work. But for now, we're going to continue on. And it's going to be really fun. I should probably go get myself a drink of water, shouldn't I? I should go do that real quickly. Hold on a minute, guys. I hate to do this early, but I really need to go get some water. If I don't, I will die. Okay, back to the action. Oh, that's not gonna be fun. Alright, let me go ahead and just make sure that doesn't happen. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? Because I am. We are gonna have a lot of fun. Is my phone vibrating? No, it's not. Okay. I just realized my phone is gonna be dinging today, and I'm expecting it to ding. If it dings, I'm sorry. But let's go. We have about 2 hours to our name, depending. I should have continued from last time, but I didn't think that they would make me do 2 investigations. So here we go. You ready? Let's do it. I'm gonna hit load game because I don't trust it. Ninth of January, SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clues to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even... He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes. He's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Oh, I can't even converse with him, huh? Are you that mad at me? You can't be that mad at me. Come on, you can't be that mad. I really wish we had had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. You broke the law. You broke law. You broke rule of ship. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. That's kind of impossible. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. What if I just ring the alarm right now? Just be like, hey, yo, there's an emergency. Okay, well, that's new. So I can go there if I want to. What's over here? And as usual, I knew it. It would ding. And it's not even... It's my AOL, of course. Ship's log. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay, that's suspicious. I'm pretty sure I still can't exit this place. Watch me try. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. The murderer's still in the cabin. Actually, it's not even in the cabin. Okay, I guess I'll go back into my room then. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sana's. Sorry. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Can't go in there. Because of Big Boy. He's still just standing here like, how did you get out? Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh. Yes, I did not like the tape. Water's fine. Water's fine, it's just warm. Ish. I hope. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Inspector Hosonaga! Oh, there he is. That looks like a Bruce. Yo! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That's no Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. He's not at the door. Let's take a look here. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that somehow spilt on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Someone on the ship. And we still don't know what this is. And I want this sword. Give me the sword. Give me the sword. I know that I'm gonna take the sword. Give me the sword. Give it to me. I want it now. Huh. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Oh, that's not concerning at all, Naruhodo-san. That's actually very concerning. So that perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No, no, no. Don't even think about it, lady. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. But first... So this ventilator joints to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. As we are, yeah. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Alright, I've stalled enough, I think. Oh. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes. And you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in this cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're all neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Speaking of tidiness, I bought a phone case from, you know the friend who made the picture that I had mentioned at the end of the last stream? I bought a phone case from an art site that has his art on it. And, the site is Redbubble. And I have to say, the way that they instruct you on how to keep it neat and clean is hilarious. To keep your folio looking awesome. This is literally what it is. I'm just reading it off of this small little card. To keep your folio looking awesome, avoid excessively hot or wet conditions. If case gets wet, wipe with a dry cloth and apologize to it. Avoid leaving in direct sunlight or UV light, so no tanning bed selfies. Try not to spill oil, makeup, and perfume on it. These can stain and smell. I don't know, I found it humorous. Because it's just a small card, and it came with, like... Let me show you the phone real quick, the case. It came with this case. Hopefully Twitch doesn't mind it, but this is the phone case. Like... It's an adorable little drawing that they drew. And I decided to get a phone case of it because I was just like, what the hell? Might as well. I hate stubble. I really should have shaved. Damn it. Alright. Future reference, future reference. But for now, back to the action. Alright, I've stalled enough. Oh, yikes! He's bruised. Oh, you're back! Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Oh, my ribs. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. I think... I might have gotten a little brain damage from the pummeling. Just a little bit. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Ah! The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops. I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Hey, Miss Brett was kind of an angel, don't you think? At first. You are just as dumb as Dick Gumshoe. I'm not gonna lie. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Considering the fact that one of my lenses in my spectacles is now missing, and the fact that I have a black eye and I have a bruise near the right edge of my mouth. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to keep my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
Did he say anything at all?
Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said.
Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant.
It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see?
Ah, perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it.
But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish?
That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then?
Yes, a little like the color of wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh! Does this mean that this mark was made by the shoe polish on Kazuma's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found by the victim's body. What is this new information you have, Inspector?
It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written on the reporting.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all.
Well, what weapon was used then?
Couldn't tell you. Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it.
Really?
Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you.
He says as he, looks at us through his black eye.
After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I?
Ah. Oh, now she feels bad. Now she feels bad. The postmortem report has been entered into the court record.
That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head.
Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
I'm fine.
Poor Inspector. You look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friend. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning.
A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Ha! This is suspicious. This is suspicious. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two.
but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's this brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe. But what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course! That's hardly a reason, is it? That's hardly a reason, is it? Man. Hey man, you gonna let me out? Okay, I'm gonna attempt to move now. Bye. January 9th. I don't have to read this every time. We already know where we are. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. Oh, great. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Into the cabin. Aw, man. She opened the case for somebody else. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susuto-san? Oh! Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things! There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-san. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Well, time to look around. Time to look around, Missy. Alright, let's do some investigating. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Probably in there. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. Nothing. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any at all time. For any time at all, I mean. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. All the books have been toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad happens on the ship is not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I hate that gap. That gap is gonna drive me nuts. What if we lock the door? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody can enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Interesting. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem that this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I'm starting to trail off. Give me a minute. Oh no, the cap! I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? it. Well, time to read the rules. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, this SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean... I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman strong enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. Gonna take a look at everything real quick just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Surprisingly enough, I can't check that big bag. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuo's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too.
If someone barges into this room, I'm gonna scream.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. I feel like I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something very important. Let me do my ding. La, 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 la. Ready to look at the court record again? Resulting in instant death, the victim's neck was almost broken, certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Okay. I truthfully don't know. I'm investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Are you sure? Are you sure? We're gonna check everything before I decide to do any shit. Yeah, there's literally nothing else to see here. Okay. We kind of don't have a choice but to exit. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look! Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-li-ra-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or is he simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's luck her luck was about. Excuse me? I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. How dare you! Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away?
He's very dancy. Very animatic.
Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily-built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I almost called you Sherlock for a minute.
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. A record kept by the crew assigned to the first-class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. I'll be right back. I'm not going... I know it sounds like I'm gonna puke. I'm not. I just need to quickly, change something real quickly. Give me a memento, guys. Alright. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Man, everyone just has a headache today, huh? You're the third person to mention that. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. I did it the great detective way. Now she's starting to get suspicious. Now she's just, like... Hang on, I gotta do something else real quick. This won't take too long, I promise. Socks on. That's literally what I'm doing. I'm just putting on socks. Okay. So, I gotta sit down like this for a minute so that I can do this. Literally, she's just like, okay, Ryunosuke has a headache. That's fine. Oh, Hasanaga also has the same condition. Alright, interesting. Huh, Sholmes also has the same... This cannot be a coincidence. She's going by the rule of 3. She's like, there are 3 people who have headaches. This cannot be a coincidence. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning... I've had something of a headache. That's 4 people. This can't be a coincidence. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? I'm starting to think that we've all been drugged. Huh, it's like everyone was drugged. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Ah! What was that? What's that? Oh, someone turned the alarm on. Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted at 1/4 mile 4! Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands brace for impact! What the... I think we're about to crash into another ship! What? I can't stand! Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yeah, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello! Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that! The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And... look at all the books.
did the ship make a wrong turn? And then...
They're just like they were before again. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. A violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of this cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
Wow, that was a quick investigation.
Yeah, I'll save it, sure. What the hell. Well, time to... Well... No, we're good. Well, this can't be good.
Well, I mean, the fact that he said that, that means I'm probably going to meet Prosecutor Boy in a few minutes.
Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Suzuto-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Oh! Shit. Hey. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look hurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. For now. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how you were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh. How did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship up ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Isn't that right, Stroganoff? Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it! That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is criminal! Is it not enough that he killed a man? Ah, and he stole as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Storing away, trespassing, killing. She is right, you are devil! It doesn't look good, does it? There is sail below deck. Throw him in! Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Time to investigate! I'm gonna investigate every corner. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things! You want me to show you where the crawfish hibernates? Hiya! Mr. Naruhodo-san, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Should I talk to you? You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take the responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to come rescue me from this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you! Except show you the way to ship's prison cell. Oh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing? And stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues. And, well... Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened. Oh, it's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will... What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Scholz? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles naturally. I wished to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I've confessed I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? What? Really? Yes. I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case, and I'm going to remove his handcuffs right in front of you to make you all freak out. Ha! You've solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found the criminal in the wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. No, it wasn't. What if it was unlocked and the ship made a wrong course and then it slid into place? Yes, it's what we call the locked room mystery in a detective stories. Ah! Locked room! At this point! The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You were all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. why it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole! That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible! Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Wait, you don't mean my snake, do you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Kia! Ow! What the... What the... Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. My pet! How did that...
Shit, I didn't expect that one.
Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? No. I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No, it wasn't. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake glove around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot! Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. With me.
I really don't know how you're doing this. What kind of sorcery are you using to make light come from ceiling? We are not on stage. This is not one of my ballets.
Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
Wasn't her heart. It was her hand.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend that which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before... It's not your friend? That's not what happened? Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this! Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hiding behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about! Well, last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent slightly descended into the victim's quarters. That snake looks pretty big. Don't you think the bell would have gone off? In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. Well, I mean, I guess if you look at it that way, sure, what... In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it slows its skin. I'm pretty sure there's no such snake. I'm gonna look that up right now, as a matter of fact. No, it doesn't. You're incorrect. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Oh, you're not done, huh? How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? Okay, now you're really pulling out all this stops. How did you do that? Are you a master illusionist? What the hell? I really don't know how he's doing this. Can you imagine if this is actually happening? Like, Herlock must be a freaking magician at this point. According to the data of which I've been apprised, would appear there were no visible signs of injury.
Well, that looks bad on my part, not gonna lie.
Ah! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. What are you? Are you a time traveler? What is this madness?
Man, Herlock is just pulling all the stops today.
He's shown pictures through
seemingly nothing. He's gone back to the scene of the crime as it was.
I mean, granted, this is probably all in his head. I like to imagine that he just conjured up some sort of
Ancient magic from, like, the Victorian era, and is just showing them all his stuff. Like, holy shit.
Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively.
No, it won't, will it?
The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense. How are you doing this? How are you showing us this?
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that...
Holy crap, my throat. My body does not want to cooperate with me today.
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and waited. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true!
Okay, that's a little suspicious.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed to only sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's young life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is how Herlock basically destroys a whole girl's life.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band.
Did you like it?
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Hey
guys, what if it's a cat? What if it's a cat she brought on board?
Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
I really don't know about that one. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah, that does cause it. Huh, I see. Well, that does throw a wrench in my gears.
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
No, that's not the flute.
That's not the flute. That's the dude. That's the dude dancing.
I know that because I also thought that, and then I watched the thing saying like, nah,
It's the dude dancing. It's his movements.
I actually don't know how they do it. I really should have tried to. But it's like, it's more so just, I think it's, what is it? Hold on. I'm gonna look this up so I don't look like an idiot. Hold on a minute. Alright. Here we go. What is snake charming and how does it work? Snake charming is a type of performance during which so-called healers and magicians play a special musical instrument called pungi, a type of flute, in front of a snake, usually a cobra. During the performance, they supposedly hypnotize the snakes and make them sway side to side by making them appear as if they are dancing. Do snakes really dance during a snake charming performance? No. Snakes do not dance to the sound of a flute, although they appear so. In fact, snakes do not have external ears to hear music or any sound. The only thing they can hear is vibrations sensed by their jawbones. Okay. Since the snakes can't hear music, claims made by snake charmers are destroyed. Snakes are not mesmerized nor hypnotized by the sound of pungi. They sway during the performance for a logical reason. Well, if the snakes can't hear music, how come they dance during snake charming performances? That's a valid question. To answer it, we will use hard science. Snakes do not hear the sound, but they have a vision. Using that vision, snakes detect the motion of a pungi and charges at it in a defensive mode. In other words, snakes do not enjoy the music during the performance. Instead, they feel threatened and become anxious about the charmer movements and follows it. So it's not so much that they're listening to the song, it's that they see this dude, like, doing something weird in front of them, and they're just like, what the hell are you doing? I'm gonna just follow your movements and hope to God you don't punch me in the face, or whatever you're gonna do with that thing. I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh. I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
there is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake can manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder!
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Oh, he's destroyed. He's like, my plans, my deductions. A fraud as ever I saw one. I told you, you idiot.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. With some help this time. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
Hold the phone, Mr. Sholmes. Hold on a second. Hold your horses. I want you to hold your phone.
Miss Pavlova, 1 moment ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me.
The whole thing has nothing to do with me.
You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it?
Could there be some other way to interpret her expression, then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. What else is causing pain? Oh! It's a cat! Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound. It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. Yes! It's your hand!
It's the claw! Yeah!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed.
A small observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Oh no! My pet! My pet kitten!
Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
Oh! And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death.
So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, suspected. Another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us.
Nope.
And it seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh, hello. This poor fucking guy. He's just like... It's the cat in the photo. Ah! Look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Hey, careful. Please be careful with that word. Please. Please. I don't like how that's said. Actually, I don't even like how I said that. Can I try that again? Can we do a rewind real quick? I want to try that again. It's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye.
Maybe we better take a closer look at this. It's the little kitten. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cutting here. Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Mr. Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit.
A black kitten.
And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. That must be a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning.
I should like to have something like that. And she's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. Look. Look. It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. And you shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. She must be a strong-willed woman to turn her back on the world stage and run all away all on her own.
Yes!
It's the cat! Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Ah! Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us with in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled bat, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does.
You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slowed skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shulm's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy, too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, there's only one way to find out. It's a... Well, it is speckled, and that is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
It's not skin, it's a toy!
Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely! And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ha! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah, I've changed my voice yet again. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Kya! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
Please don't put my cat in cage. What was that about putting it in a cage?
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator.
That's a very small kitten.
Darka, she is so naughty.
Beloved kitten. Solved. And now we gotta go on to how Mr. Hosoki died.
Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why?
I don't know. I was too busy trying to find a cat.
According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Ah! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom.
No.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right.
But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
Postmortem report, my friend! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Wait a minute.
Are those lenses like a camera? Oh, they are, because he took a picture of the guy and it printed out in his back.
Oh no! Could there be? Yes. An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? The scuff mark.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark is so prominently visible next to the victim's body is a deposit of shoe polish. My throat!
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of fact. Matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no!
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant he lost his life.
No! No. I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if this part of Mr. Shulman's detection is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin. Somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. In the waste basket, maybe? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind specifically playing tricks on you.
Yes!
It's the waste basket! I had a feeling!
That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no!
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that the part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin?
Kiha!
You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't...
I don't know. And that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and this little glass bell, that would be... I'm assuming the picture. Yeah, it's the picture.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph,
And try not to laugh so badly.
you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar,
the very glass bell in question.
The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka.
No! No. Oh, so that's what that thump was last night. Watch her be like, you guys are stupid.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You tried to blame me. No, you're not. Don't you give me that. You're not sorry.
Deduction complete. Elementary, dear boy. Elementary, my dear Naruhodo. Elementary.
Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
The only reason I'm giving Ryunosuke a normal, like, my normal voice instead of, like, actually voice acting it is because I noticed last stream both Ryunosuke and Herlock sounded the exact same in my voice.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point,
you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and
into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet.
Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the
Shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Oh.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was...
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over.
Oh no.
But what became of the kitten afterwards?
I never found him. Her. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again.
gracious. That cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Poroshko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board! Ha! We are at sea for 1 year! You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless. Very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Broshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Bah! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Speaking of the look in their eyes, his are just gone. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident. But then again, it does not say you are responsible. I mean, you pretty much just proved that you did not do it. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Well, this is a very big disappointment, unfortunately. I don't know if I believe this. Where's my cat? I just want my cat. Where's my cat? Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What? What are you talking about, Miss Mikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. I don't think that's the case, actually.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
No. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it, I just can't quite put my finger on it. And Mr. Sholmes is just looking down constantly, being silent for the first time in ages. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh! I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo-san, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. Is this when everyone starts to is this when everyone starts to feel like they're a dick? In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died, and how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Hold it! Hold it! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. I took a lot of beatings, after all. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. Is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, that's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian.
Why are you still trying to...
It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
It is not a simple language! I can't even read it! Sit down! That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean?
exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
Oh no, he's got me there!
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Susudo-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves there was no way... What, the bell? The bell's the only thing.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already knew all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah! Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room.
I was just looking for my cat!
And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt.
I didn't do it! I was looking for cat!
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
You are wasting time! Someone else was there. Duh, of course, we know this!
What are you talking about?
Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out.
Oh, yes.
And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes! It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise, about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise the question. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice his fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Oh, that's why he has those marks on his face, because of his snake. Steven Stroganoff!
Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join ballet company. But before,
She was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal.
Ah, so that's it.
You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible! I give my tooth!
Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure?
You are a great detective. You should know. You're the great detective Sherlock Holmes, after all. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could have got into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible.
Oh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Fred, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barred doors.
Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship, constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susuno-san, how could you shift me into me? How could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could not have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily.
What?
I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before.
I don't believe it.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. And so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telltale signs of the method that was used to slide the bolt across from the door. I mean, I don't know! Oh, wait!
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susuto-san doesn't know? Or that isn't her book, at least? Or that it isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello! Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed... Yep. Inertia, baby! The SS Buria made another emergency stop? Right, because she came aboard!
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova?
Well, I can't deny that one.
Are you out of your mind? You say Boria made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone.
Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm.
That's the sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. You pressed the button to the emergency stop?
I don't know why I'm shocked about this. I mean, this man is clearly dumb.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say,
A button has but one purpose in life.
has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain. You are not in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider?
Yes, it all comes down to one thing. Now, last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots! Boria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night.
We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating! Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here? This would be where you record the details of your duties? What are you doing with it? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop of the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose! That is where I put it always! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you?
No, clearly not. I would never do that.
Indeed so. Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Burya.
Oh, I've been found out.
Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I have a headache. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? I'm starting to get an idea, as is the man playing the game. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course.
And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Oh no!
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this. For everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
We could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve?
Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat.
All the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. I'm changing his voice again. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion, their evening meals are contained. So, if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What? Ah, of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. Afterwards, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
Well, we cannot hide this anymore, I'm afraid. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt in the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of the involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What
are you talking about?
I believe the time has come. I got my leg stuck underneath the desk real quickly. I'm sorry. Give me just a moment. Oh dear. Alright, there we go. I'm all comfy now. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular. To expose the truth! So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of the two provocators. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely! You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning! Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. So I gotta look at both of them, huh? Oh, hello! Hey! Oh, look at this! It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Hey, dumbass. Yes. You didn't do your laundry today, did you? Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I really want to say "the" a lot. Have you noticed that? And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure! Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is... the ink.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink shows it. And the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Oh! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled.
Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Furia do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
I'm just gonna leave you alone.
everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told me. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers? Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
and looked inside.
Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
Is that finally it now? No. Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly, and the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? His neck? I don't... Me not know! Me not know! Me not know! I don't know. I need the walkthrough. Just this once. I haven't used it once, this entire thing. I didn't even have it open. I need it. I need it. What is that? What do you want? Phone? Fandom? I'll get back to you in a minute. Asogi's left ear. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Hang on. I need to check something real quick, guys. People. Yes! It must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open.
wasn't it?
And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that again.
Ah, damn it. Oh. I clicked the wrong thing.
That particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I? Ah, okay. I get it. Now I get it. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet, here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Oh! What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please! Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes. Yes, you would. You seem like the theatrical type. Huh? Give me a minute. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing.
It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before.
Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
Hi. Yes! Nicolina, you're a liar. You are the worst liar. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah! What? And on your other ear? There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell onto the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Oh no. You knew this, didn't you?
I knew this entirely.
But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh, no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
Yet! Yet!
The final blow.
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after that horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving our favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night? What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin.
Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Oh, she misunderstood the situation. Wait, the captain doesn't know you're on the ship?
Why did I think I could trust him? And then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, oh, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
God, how bad is this ballerina troupe?
Uh-huh.
And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway.
I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaves. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door?
yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping.
Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sack. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susan started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body into a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote tapioca. I know that's not actually what it says, but so that the person who found them would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up. It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back into her cabin, and I finished the job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery.
This is really good. This is how you write. You know what? If this was a Sherlock Holmes story, I would have read the hell out of it.
There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
The captain is not the captain.
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
Oh, she thought he was going to call the inspector.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me.
Well, I'd hate to break it to you, lady, but you're gonna get arrested anyway.
So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense.
Oh my god!
I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No! He was walking over to it! He was going to pull the cord! He was going to make them send me back!
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done at sea. Oh my god, it seems there's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He was gonna ask me! Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama?
Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at?
Take that!
The wardrobe.
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry.
Aw, what have I done? Aw, I'm actually kind of tearing up a little bit. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. The 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. Still on the ship. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she will be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she has so now she's an exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to Console to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Yikes. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is that someone weeping? Oh, Susato. Susato-san? Haruharu-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasanaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aw, I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susuto-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive that person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san, it's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, and I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes? We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of the spirit aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh, I don't care for me, but poor Susuto-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susuto? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study. To learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. with my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit, too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness! Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I?
Wow, you are noisy today, aren't you?
I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report.
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I'm just the assistant. I don't know much. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted.
Its name is Karuma.
It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. Until the Asogis take it away. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. For the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
What?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. And the cabin door was locked from the inside. No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confessed I was most impressed. Where did you see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind.
I think before I continue, I'm gonna go check on my dog, Karuma.
That's right. It's a prized sword that has been passed down through generations of the Isogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from the katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that he would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Okay, for as long as this is, I kind of want to continue and just at least start the British one, the London area. But first, before I do that, I do need to check on my dog, because she's barking consistently, so I gotta go check on her real quick. I shall return.
Alright. Everyone ready for the longest stream of my life? Because I sure am. I had a few chips earlier so that I can, you know, stave off the hunger for a little bit. I might snack a little bit here and there. Just as a warning. Because, I didn't eat lunch. Like a dummy. So now, we begin the runaway room. Shall we? We'll at least start it. We're gonna at least start it. And I'm going to grab chips!
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Wait, Wilson's alive still? Oh, there he is!
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I kind of want to visit London, not gonna lie. Like, visit London, Ireland. But at the same time, I know they probably hate Americans right now. So...
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Man, what a time.
And welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
What a time. What a time where everyone just worked in harmony. Oh, what is this? Is this the courtroom? 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. So the Supreme Court of London in this world is in the belly of Big Ben. What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san. In the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We
had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan.
But Kazuma can't.
No. So instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm not up to I hope I'm up to scratch.
Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Lionheart? Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention. Oh, he's a clock guy. Alright. I know the perfect voice to give this guy. Hold on a minute. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire.
Ah, yes, thank you. Let's converse real quick. Actually, no, we're gonna look around first. Can I look around? I wanna look around. I wanna look around. Let me look around. Let me look around. I wanna do that. I gotta eat some chips more. I swear, I did have lunch, but it's like it was a small lunch.
This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble.
It's more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over me.
I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo.
It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here.
I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor.
Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates.
No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around in the middle of the night.
Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato?
This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask.
Where did you get that incredible tone? Is this some kind of clock?
Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie.
Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his, the Lord Chief Justice, I mean?
Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they?
I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm.
Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from the floor to the ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan.
It's like a dream.
Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think?
I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned.
Oh, more. Wait a minute. Yep, this is it. Alright. Now we can converse with our friend here. London.
So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London?
Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh?
We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh, yes, astounded is the word.
Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It would be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
I'm British. From the Victorian era.
Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world.
Even if you do say so yourself.
The sun will never set on our great empire.
Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you?
Absolutely. Are you telling me you're not him?
A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to you.
Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy.
And I see that it's true.
And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour.
Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
This is it then. The moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see this tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country,
there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. What? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain study. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 30 seconds, 1 second long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder. It's a murder trial! Yes. A murder? Give me a minute.
Sorry. Kind of jumped the gun there, sorry.
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I have decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? He's the Lord Chief Justice. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo! Oops. Whoops! Whoops! Sorry. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you... That was embarrassing. That was very embarrassing. I'm so sorry. I'm so hungry. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this?
please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once.
To the Old Bailey! You know, I thought this was going to be an investigation thing. I didn't think at all that it was going to...
Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose.
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard?
No.
Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. There's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes story, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey? Even this room for defendants to wait in... Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What are yous doing following me here? Things aren't fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, none to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all the while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand! Let me start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas?
Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What?
'Tis nothing to me at all.
I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to build the city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Could that much rain even fall in one day?
Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money.
Ah! That hit me in the eye!
Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh?
To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here.
I'll be on the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me.
Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose they didn't all together, impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring, and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles. A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the... Oh, he's like a... Is he like Scottish? Or is he actually... No, wait. Hold on. I need to make sure. Hold on. Because if that's the case, then I have to, like... Why do I get the feeling... Yeah, no, he's Scottish. Okay. If that's the case, then I have to give him a Scottish accent. Because Ireland has Mac for the surnames. So, if this guy's voice is incorrect, I'm sorry. I'm simply going off of the knowledge that I have in hand. I'm just going to double check that just to be sure, because I feel like I might get that wrong. What? Okay, shit. Now I don't know what voice to give him. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. That was quick! Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella seems to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been on the prosecutor, the accused have been damned.
What?
So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in the defense of the against the fan at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness, Lord Beric von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed.
Cursed? What on earth?
The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin.
His counsel? That would be me.
Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down.
But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had.
Sorry?
I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
How would that have even worked?
But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
This man... I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen.
Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand.
I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. To be continued, please? Oh no. I didn't know it was a trial. I didn't know we were immediately there. I wanted to investigate. I wanted to explore London. I wanted to have fun with Sherlock again. Oh goodness. So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. What? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know. But I just can't help it. Santa?
In her name, Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Give me a minute.
We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey.
He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim into the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. He asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear. your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage.
I kind of like this guy. I like his look and I like the way he speaks.
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Baron, I'm going to require you to not scare the literal only lawyer that this man has. Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You should be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Sir, I literally have nobody else. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to take the attacks of chivalry and do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. He donated £5,000 to the government the other day. Mother, please, maybe go and play in McGilded Park. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, lads, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that, why, hey! Why's that man got a knife? That you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows, where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. As any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel it chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentences according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
For the record, this is a game. If anyone's watching in the future, this is a video game. Don't base this off of real life, because there are some things in this place that do not do good.
My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return.
Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord.
As your lordship is aware, this is the case of overwhelmingly simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10.
The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired was said to be almost indestructible. Oh! The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Autopsy report and the photograph. Oh my god. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good Lord! Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore silk gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Uh-huh. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Oh, the right glove. How did I get into this? By wanting to do this. I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Honestly, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves. How was I? I'd reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed? No. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses. To the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Oh no! Oh, my grandson's not gonna like these mitts. Or dare. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Shit. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Well, he hates him, I can already tell. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name... Well, everyone called me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
No, they won't.
Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw.
It was the last bus in the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
You don't know how the carriages work here, do you?
How quaint. I've read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. Is that a defense? Hold on. I didn't mean to open that. Give me a minute. Is that offensive? Hang on. Well, Bing's not gonna like this one. Considered a pejorative. Huh. Interesting. I don't know the answer. Is this offensive? Okay, here we go. This ought to answer something. Let's see. Okay. Alright. Okay. It's not. Alright. We're good. We're fine. Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. I need to start ending the stream soon. Wow, that's a big carriage. That's a big boy. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Tastes something different, sorry guys. I can't believe they would bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's corners are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses. It can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight on the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That means that there were more than 2 people in the carriage. What the hell do you mean? That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Yes. Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh, yep, there it is. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would clearly be visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it didn't seem like it was a planned attack. Poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. I'm guessing that's the Crystal Tower. Ah, that's a statue for Crystal Tower. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any
description, so I suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin at least. Alright. For now. You could certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. That looks like a latch. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Oh yeah? It's horrible. Alright. I feel like there might be something I missed in here. Knowing me, there has to be. Oh, hello. What's this? This seat has a handle, it seems. Hello, what is this? This looks like all sort of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. So how come this doesn't have a... Okay. I'm gonna close that now. But at least we know that's there. I'm basically just trying to be thorough. Okay. What if we just find Herlock amongst this thing? I'll be amazed, honestly. 418. Nope, this looks like it's it. That looks to be it. Yep. Alright. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel? Oomph. Pray don't expect this Nippony stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Oh wait, focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Ooh, I like that. I like that very much. Well. Hold it! Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example?
You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none.
So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then?
I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say.
What do you mean by that?
Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Okay, nothing weird. The victim and the man accused of the... God dang it. The victim and the man accused of killing him was sat next to each other inside the bus. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit upon the top deck, the window's right there at your feet.
as you can plainly see. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. Two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord, completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. What the hell?
That is precisely what I was about to say.
As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Oh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right! He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you say? And were you sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief! Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh, please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But
there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection! Oh, jeez. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel.
I'm gonna take a look at that.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption,
Ah, juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
Yikes.
No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Slam. Black. God dang it, people! At least give me a chance. Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But
what if that's not an M? An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think.
Wait a minute.
Ah! What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything.
A W, yes. This is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it.
I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M.
Oh. I don't know about you, but, pretty damn sure that that's a W. Pretty damn sure. Pretty damn sure. Pretty damn sure. Can I take the scabbard off?
That part is the sheath, isn't it?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades.
Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
It's not a blade, it's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, yikes. I mean, I guess if you look at it like that, then yeah, it looks like a... Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood.
It surely is blood. The victim's.
Oh, an Englishman's blood does look a lot like Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's just that we only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand.
I really think that's a W. Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again.
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too.
That's strange. What exactly did you see?
Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What?
My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of my city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. Shit, but I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please don't. Just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Old lady, you gonna screw me over too? Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Oh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Except me. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, maybe go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man he is? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates, adventurous, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the needy. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm afraid, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded, but let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus McGilded. I think after this is done, I'm going to show my friend this guy, because I think he would enjoy him. Honestly, I might even give my character this guy's costume. As a costume thing. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly. Miss Susito? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? It's in this cup. It's in this cup of wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain.
This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to represent this ledger as evidence. A toast! And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
This isn't just me, right? This man is just Santa Claus.
Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Me gonna check the ledger myself. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside.
Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
The witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Oh, yeah? And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little part to a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Ah! Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before...
I don't stand for nonsense!
Man, I didn't even have a chance.
I didn't even have a chance!
That was it. The last juror's decision. Please find something in that book of yours. Ah, according to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Ah, the final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Perfection. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. There are, actually. Yes. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Ah! Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
the cutscenes take forever!
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. I don't know. I really don't know if that's offensive. If it's offensive, I'm sorry. I really am, but that is what he's saying. If I'm saying it wrong, please let me know. I'm begging you. Please, I'm begging you to let me know if I'm saying it wrong. Because I don't know. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure's become something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct.
Oh. Go ahead and just say it out loud, why don't you?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Slap yourself in the face? Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? I'm gonna assert my right. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Wow. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty in the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Nope! But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believed the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I don't really hold with all this justifying lark.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has ever attempted for years, has it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGilded guilty of the most heinous crime.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guilt. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices about 4 pence for years.
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor! It beggars belief!
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my god, lady, that book is going to take forever. Okay, thank god. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I understand, what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say what we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Okay, so I can press them. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
Will the counsel stop? Can we stop proceedings, counsel? Please stop slapping yourself in the face. I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
There was no one else at this time, so it has to have been him.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage.
Precisely my point.
But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet?
Such as?
Well, perhaps that's something we could, all work out together now?
Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes, but we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have.
Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susudo-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. With fares totaling 20 pence. Wasn't there something about 20 pence in there?
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single penny can mean the difference between life and death, after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGilded in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do is disposing of the rubbish. Ah, now wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, I think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If you notice an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that. So money. I need the walkthrough. I need the walkthrough! Help!
Oh.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradicted each other. You? Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on the Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea of what you're talking about.
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man, why?
4 passengers pay 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication,
It would be 16 pence!
exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely one person's fare.
One person's fare?
Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious! This can't be right! The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all! Trustworthiness is a watchword!
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
All right then. How do I make it so this miserable trial is an end,
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you. Beppo! This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same.
For the love of Mike! Not you as well!
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's a contradiction in their assertions. You can do it!
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen. Careful, you could hurt somebody with that!
You're a fine one to talk.
What of that sword hanging for your waist? No, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes. You mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful with what you say. If he's been trying to squeeze money out of us, less fortunate, but as far as I'm concerned, he's guilty as sin. The man can hang. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhand activities? If you've thought of something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go. Test your theory. Hit the two jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory against each other. I'll never get anywhere.
Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. No guilty, I say.
Now then, I know it's him and someone else. Yeah. So I know why you want. Let me see what she has to say real quick before I do this.
Hold it!
I really think you should stop waving that needle around.
You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this.
Yes, yes, that is what he said, you're right.
McGilded Park is such a lovely little place, too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting, and I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful park must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Whoever would have thought he was a miserable, murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse.
Oh, hell. She's as sure as shore can be that he's guilty now.
The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she?
So, we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? I thought she was referring. Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid. Not right now. If I have to rely on the advice from start, how will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, that sort of attitude is most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo. I know what I have to do. Let's listen to those assertions one more time. I know who to do it to. I just wanted to know why I had to pit them against each other.
Objection!
Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste.
Oh, dearie me! I was only knitting a jumper for my other half!
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
We've heard from more than one witnesses that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3.
What? Can't you see that I'm busy here?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Want me to test, do you? Want to test me, do you?
It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed onto the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed onto the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What?
Oops. Sorry, guys. My ear was, like, upsetting.
Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh.
But why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales.
believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious instant sorcerer using magic on us all.
You are racist as hell. You did it. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Doc Jinx.
Huh? Me?
What exactly is the problem? What of it? Two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events.
What of it?
Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Yeah, it's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you dog Jinx? Come on, out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question.
What? What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof.
It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is present him with something he can't dismiss. Something irrefutable, some irrefutable hard evidence, as you wish.
What?
I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the carriage, since there's no other blood.
Take that!
This clear piece of evidence, well, Mr. Foreman? No, it's not. Do you know what they say about me, young man? They say I've got no powers of persuasion. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. But no one will be persuading about this. You're even worse than me. Ah. So it's the picture then. Two different moments. In other words, the victim was stabbed 2 times. Ah, but we have evidence that clearly contradicts that possibility. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stabbed once.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once.
Eh? Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo! We've won! For now.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool?
Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me.
We had a consensus.
I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to agitate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks,
continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Okay, let me just get myself a drink for this moment. Oh, damn it. Ow! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! Brr. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Nice cape rip-off, dude. Ow, Ow! Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir, that I did, sir.
Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo?
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio,
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call upon you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to your attention by the defense's summation examination.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sort as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stab that man. Everything I said before stands.
oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Oh, you think so? Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself!
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm so sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor to the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What?! 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I need this. One, two, three, four.
Yeah, this part was weird.
Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice-pick grip.
I suppose I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck.
Oh, I expect that was me, sir.
That was when I turned around. Yes, I saw her through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all?
I really thought I did, but when I could go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that?
Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed?
Not a chance.
Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord.
I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man?
Did I press that? Oh, blood-soaked? You mean only on one glove? Dude, they're not blood-soaked. They're only...
Objection!
Blood-soaked. Hands?
Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar.
What?
Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yes, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. I'm short, Mr. Fairplay. Your testimony is inconsistent.
What? No, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here, then?
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands.
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment when the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was with both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No. Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. And upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He
he's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely.
Oh yeah? Well, I have it. I have evidence. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove! Are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Gah! Well, very well.
I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded.
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No! Well, it's barely worth being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of the murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
No. Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them.
And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What?
What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. After this one, I'm calling it a night. I won't lie to you guys.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife. And I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard the scream.
Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen.
No. I don't think so. Sorry. Well, lo and behold. In truth of fact, none of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Not much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Whoops! That's a lot of lights. Yes, my lord. I will do everything in my power. And press the last statement. Because I think that was weird. Of course, I'm going to read it again, just to make sure, but... And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck of the deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocally, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? My golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my friend. I'm just gonna stop saying it in case it is offensive. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. The area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Here, my lord, in this location, an extra passenger could have been completely hidden from view. If you believe that to be true, counsel, then may I suggest you attempt to conceal yourself there? Sorry? And here's to you never seeing the light of day again.
What in the...
Perhaps you'd like to reconsider your answer, counsel. Oh.
Yeah, if they were sitting here, then yeah, they probably would never have seen this.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers can see on the roof deck, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Can I? Yes. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight? Do I even have a guy named?
I don't have no one!
Let's check the inside. Anything? No. Shit. I don't freaking know. That's a really big knife, though, I'm not gonna lie. Is there anything in here at all? Please? Anything will do. I will gladly accept it. I don't know. I have an inkling. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat.
On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured... I don't know! Me not know. Me not know. There is no Cosney McGilded!
Help! Help!
I don't know who this is. I don't see him. I don't see him. Help. Help.
Hang on.
Oh.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Oh! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks, people talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of the artless backwaters, such as yourself, might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting by his side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact it's the very premise on which this case is built. I'm starting to get discouraged because there's probably going to be someone knocking on my door a few minutes from now. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them. Yes, that's right. Both gentlemen most certainly had it. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat do the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of the hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel?
Yep, I realized it. Alright, I'll be right back. Gosh darn it. Give me a minute. Okay, after this, I really do need to stop the game.
The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure we'll admit a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? I'm going to demand his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Raising my hand, the defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be hurt. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please let this be a to be continued, please.
Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Please let this be a to be continued, please. No! Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person were indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no. 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What?! No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry. So I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known that wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom, just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. What? What? And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't in here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Smoke! Ah! Fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use! Cough! Cough! I can't see anything through all the smoke! What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo! Cover your face! Bailiff! Don't let the accused escape! Secure the omnibus! I hereby call an emergency recess! Bailiff! Ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in the desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
Thank God. Okay, I can go.
I love this game, I do. It's a little long for my taste, but I get it. I will think on the fact if I want to continue playing it on stream. But for now, I need to go. I have to go. We have to go. So, I will see you all next week, hopefully. Well, not hopefully. I will for sure see you guys next week because I have a whole lot of days free. So, until then, please follow and make sure you're part of the Blackwell Productions crew, and I will see you guys next week. Later!